All right. One moment. Just give me a sec while I get everything in order. Okay. So, cool. Yesterday we got this big bastard primed. And so we're setting him aside for the time being now, while we work on the base. I'll put his torso down there, because we're going to use his legs to help figure out where we're spacing the things. Hello, hey Chaos. How are you going today? But yeah, where we got up to is we've got the legs are going to be sitting around about here. They've got some supports for the toes on the back feet here, and we're going to have a lava flow going underneath, so that'll be really cool. And I feel like this is going to be a really unique opportunity for me to practice doing OSL. Although I'm not super confident in my ability to do it. You're doing good? That's good. Hey, Silver. But yeah, I'm sort of nervous practicing OSL on such a big, expensive model. I feel like I probably realistically should be practicing it on something a little bit less valuable, so that I have room to fuck up and not feel too bad about it. But I mean, look, if you're gonna do it, you may as well go all in. So yeah, where we got up to is we've done most of the foundation of the base. And so what we're going to be doing now is I know that yesterday Francois was suggesting to remove a lot of the overtly cork texture. We can mix up a tiny bit of milliput and just scrape it in. Presumably I'd use something like the flat of a Stanley knife blade or something like that. Or just a broad blade tool. Could probably use just the edge of this tool just to smooth it across. Or if I can actually just get rid of this crap that's this glue that's solidified onto the tool, just file that off. Yeah, that was giving me the shits. I'm gonna have a nice smooth edge on this. Cool. And so yeah, I've never worked with milliput before, so that'll be a fun little learning experience. We'll use a knife blade that has a flat edge on it to cut it, so that we can just sort of press it down. But yeah, we'll probably only need a very small amount of milliput for this, because we're not structurally building anything. We're just we're using it as a filler more than anything, just to fill all the micro cracks and that sort of thing on the cork surface. And yeah, sorry if I sound a little off today. I've woken up with a little bit of a head cold. Might clear up as the stream goes on though. I reckon I'll probably need to get a Ziploc bag to store these in. Milliput definitely looks a lot nastier than green stuff. It is not appetizing at all. Not that I'd eat it, but like, if we were to put this on like the tier list, this is easily several rungs lower than Play-Doh. And so we'll just take off the very end of it. It sticks to everything too. Oh, okay, so I should probably wet my fingers and probably wet the surface that I'm cutting it on. Honestly, hang on. It might be easier for me to, actually, yeah, I can already see it sticking to this knife blade. It does seem quite sticky. I'm actually just going to use some shitty old scissors to cut it. I'll wet the blades. Probably a bit easier. Yeah. That's what's going to give me texture. The Milliput's going to take the texture away. I'm not going to go Milliput over everything. It's just over the really large flat sections. Just because in like the bits where it's really large and flat, is I'm worried about I don't want it to be very clearly cork. So I'll still keep the texture of the cork in a lot of places. I just don't want to have it everywhere. Also, it's a nice excuse for me to figure out, or learn what it's like to work with Milliput. And I'm always excited to play with my new toys. Because I've had Milliput sitting here for a while, but I haven't had an excuse to use it yet. So if I can get a feel for how it works, then I'll be more willing to use it in the future. I'm just gonna wet my fingers and we'll just work this through. Yeah, it is definitely a very different texture to the green stuff. It does feel a lot more like clay. Starting to regret not wearing gloves for this. This is messy as hell. You like Milliput because it sends to a very smooth finish if you want? Yeah. That's what Francois was saying yesterday as well, is Milliput is a lot more sandable, but also a bit more brittle, is what he's also said. So, he's not a huge fan of it for sculpting, but he likes it for repairs, which I could see. I feel like, for me, how brittle it is doesn't matter too much, because again, I'm not really I'm not super into the wargaming side of things, so it's not like I'm going to be manhandling the minis all that much. So the sandability of it is preferable to the flexibility you get out of green stuff. You can mix green stuff and Milliput together and it makes Milli stuff. How would that work? Is it like you get all 4 parts and just mix it all together? Or is it like you get like the catalyst of green stuff and the clay of Milliput? Used to kit bash and fill gaps a lot. Right. All 4 parts, okay. And what's the idea with mixing all 4 together? Is it just so that you can get a little bit of flexibility with the green stuff, so it's a little bit easier to work with? Yeah, I reckon we're almost at the point where we can work with this. Doesn't seem lumpy at all. I might just get a bit more water on my cutting mat there. Actually, I'm gonna clean up my fingers a bit. I need to get the tissues right next to me. One sec. Longer working time. Okay, I can. Okay. Yeah, because I can already feel like the milliput is definitely going to set a bit quicker than the green stuff. So for just putting a very thin layer on here, do you reckon I get like something that something to use as a rolling pin, roll out a really thin sheet of it, lay it down, and then just scrape at it with a knife? That just cut straight through it rather than rolling it. Milliput sets in about 4 hours. Okay. I'm just cutting straight through this. Okay, I need to be a bit more gentle. There we are. Yeah, I applied a little bit too much pressure and just split it. Can also smear it into place. Righto. Well, let's see how we go just with this this flat section that we've made. It's still not super flat. It's got a bit of body to it, but let's just see how we go. Just zoom this in a little bit. You use Vaseline when you work with milliput? Yeah, I don't think I've got any Vaseline, but I imagine olive oil or something like that would also work. Because the water does not last. Honestly, maybe I've still got too much here, and I think maybe just watering it down a lot would be ideal. Let's actually just take away a large chunk of that. And just get a lot of water on it. So that it can sort of break up and just flow into the cracks. Maybe that's what we want. It's got a bit too much body. Better off using my fingers to do this. Righto. Just clean the milliput off the tool. Alright, yeah, this definitely is a little bit easier. And then I can just smooth it around. I don't think I need to get it super smooth either, because I think like the little bit of unevenness in the finish will work just fine for the rock texture. Just get a bit more water so that I can remove any traces of my fingerprints there. Because that is not what we'd want in the final product. I think I might just get a tiny bit on this one here. Actually, I've got all this on my finger. I can probably just transfer a little bit over to here just to smooth that out. Don't need a huge amount. And like when I was working with green stuff, I mixed up way too much milliput because I had no idea how much I'd need. Quite wasteful, but hopefully in the future I'll have a better hang of how much I need to use. But yeah, I must say I do really prefer the texture and consistency and workability of the milliput to the green stuff. The green stuff is just way too rubbery for my liking. I'm sure there's plenty of applications where green stuff will be preferable to milliput, but I think just as a general thing, mainly for working on like just on a workability sense, the milliput seems so much more versatile. Maybe not on the workability sense, but yeah. Have an odd question. Why was money made green? They had so many colors to choose, yet they choose green. Oh, brother, you have not seen Australian money. We used all the colors. We have the coolest money in the world. Highest tech money. Australian money is famous for being monopoly money. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be applying. That's looking pretty good. I don't think I'm gonna be applying the what's it called? The milliput to all of the large surfaces. Just the really wide sections. Gay money, come on. It's the coolest money ever. But yeah, I reckon it's just the large flat surfaces that I'm going to apply the milliput to, just to break up the texture. But now, while that sets, let's think about what other stuff we can do to stage this base. Photographic tech back in the day, you couldn't reproduce color and was green was seen as trustworthy. Also evening? Yeah, hello James, how you going? Man, this old dry... Oh wait, this is even the dry brush. I thought this was the dry brush which I had used for all sorts of horrible shit. But no, this is just another one of the random Citadel brushes that I have lying around. I was about to say this dry brush has been put through the ringer, but no, it's not the case for this one. This brush just got caught in the crossfire. Okay, so while it's soft, take the knight and press it into it. You can add textures to the rest with some rocks. So I'm not gonna be. I don't think I'm not gonna put the knight onto it immediately. Oh, I see what you mean. Just so I can have it like cracking up around it. But the thing is, because I want to paint the knight and the base separately, I just snapped a section of it like a... Oh, well, okay, I will ignore what I was about to say. Nothing a bit of super glue can't fix. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing ever happened. Actually, I won't use super glue, I'll use plastic cement. It's fine. Okay, so it should be able to just sit back on there. And then it's like nothing ever happened. No harm done. We can just forget about that. No one saw anything. But I can add texture to the rest with some rocks, which we will do. Here is our assortment of basing materials. I do have skulls as well. And I will grab one of the Space Marines just for scale so that I can know in my mind how big the rocks are. One sec, I'm actually going to quickly go grab the skulls as well. Okay. Yeah, so... yeah, I'm using the Space Marine as a point of reference so that I know how big the debris that I'm putting on the base actually is. And we'll get our... get our collection of skulls as well. And I think we're going to be looking at demon skulls, because it's a volcanic area, so we can sort of give like the demon world vibes. So, humanoid skulls we can use. Demon skulls we will want to use. So like we've got the blood letters here. They're very usable. We're probably leaning towards Cornite demons rather than like the nodal demons. Yeah, so these two sheets here are probably the ones that we'll lean towards. We don't really need the one with the orc skulls on it, so that one can go away. But yeah, as far as debris goes, I'm probably going to lean towards larger debris rather than really small rocks, so we don't need this super fine shit. This one, maybe, just to intersperse it with the bigger stuff. But really, I think I'm leaning more towards the large chunks and then the printed rocks that we've got in here. Because with the printed rocks, we can get some nice sections. Like that, underneath the knight where he's standing. And we might do like with the large chunks. I don't know if we do like a rock spire. I'm kind of just making it up as I go along, so a lot of the things that I say will most likely not end up happening. I'm just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. There's a hair in there that's really giving me the shits though. I think one end of this hair is glued down. This is annoying me to no end. Please. I do not want to have a hair in my lava river when this is all done. Oh my. I think I'm just going to let the milliput set for the most part before I put the knight down, because I'm not 100% on where I'm actually going to have the feet sitting, and so I don't want to constantly be picking it up and then putting it down. Too bad I don't have a full blood letter, so a full blood letter I could pull apart to have the knight standing on it. Yeah, I have some Zangors in a Thousand Suns box set that I could maybe pull out, but I don't know how well the Zangors will fit the aesthetic of a volcanic demon world. Although I could potentially, what I could do is it could be like some fucked up Zinch demon world, and the lava isn't necessarily red. It could be like blue or purple or some shit. And then there could be like multiple Zangors, and he could like have one crushed under his foot, and then others like looking up at him and shit. And then the OSL could have some really cool effects where like maybe like the lava gradient, it's a gradient from like purple down to like green and blue and shit, and then like you have different lights coming up from underneath. That could be interesting. Could Goku beat a Primarch? I think Goku could probably beat everything in 40k. That's kind of Goku's whole thing, is he wins. Yeah, like, I think I could have this rock sitting here just to give a bit of height. It's the right sort of size. I think that'd be good. And then I can have another, maybe a printed rock here. He's the definition of nah, I'd win. Yeah, there's not really a contest whenever Goku gets involved. So when this guy stands here, yeah, when he stands there, that would be a good thing. I like the idea of putting Zangors in here. Can have some Zangors on the base underneath him. It gives me an excuse to use Zangors that I have as well, so. Do I have a really small printed rock? So if I've got a really small one, and I like the idea of having some lava, or whatever the nondescript thick liquid that we're going to have, I like the idea of having that part around a rock. Though I don't think I really have the space to put this in the middle of the lava flow. We'll see how it goes. We'll say no for the time being, and then we might come back later and put this in there. But I'm actually going to go and grab my Thousand Suns box set and see what a like what sort of size the Zangors are, and if they're appropriate, then I might get a Zangor or two, and we could have a Zangor getting crushed underfoot then. One sec. Okay. Yeah, because what we're working with, we got all these bastards. So you can probably get a couple of these demons in there. So, this is going to be a surprise Zangor building stream now. Probably going to make 2 or 3. Clickbait? Yeah, I got you now. You're stuck here. Where are our Zangor instructions? This is a really short booklet for a whole combat patrol. The booklet, the instruction booklet for this entire combat patrol is shorter than the instruction it's significantly shorter than the instruction booklet for this one night. Like, it's not even close. Okay, so all of these little Zangor parts. Just need to find which ones actually belong to them. Seems like most of these sheets belong to the Zangors. How many Zangors are included in this thing? A lot. The answer is a lot. Okay. Let's see. We need a D3, a D5. There's actually a surprisingly large amount of pieces that go into each of these dudes for how little they are. So I need part 3. And there needs to be a part 5 somewhere. It's going to be this one here. Belmont versus a Space Marine, who would win? I think the Space Marine is just shooting him. I think, unfortunately, the bolter will win. Okay, so yeah, since these guys are going to be set decoration, I'm not going to be super worried about getting the finish on them perfectly. But yeah, I want them to be good enough, but I'm not going to focus on them to the point of trying to make them look crazy cool. That can wait for when I'm actually painting them as standalone minis. Still want them to look good, of course. Just not going to go well and truly out of my way. Okay, so there's that torso for one dude. And then for the arms, we need I'm gonna go with B8 and B4, I guess. There's a lot of options with these I'm seeing. So, where are we? We'll go 4. Do I have 8 on this sheet? I do. The Zangor weapons are actually really neat. You can make them super cool with the knight. Yeah, it's more just like I'm not gonna go out of my way to do like a super high effort paint job on the dudes who are getting stepped on by the knight. I want them to look good enough to be part of the same model, but I don't want them to be, I don't want to spend like 3 hours painting each of these dudes that are just getting stepped on. Yeah, I'm actually liking the idea of making this like a Tzeentch world, and having the lava not actually be lava, but instead be like bright, like light blue and pink magic. Because then what we can do is we can have like blue and pink OSL coming up from above or up from below, and then where on his melter cannon, then we can have some orange or red OSL coming out of that onto the rest of his body. I will say, when I first got the Thousand Suns box, I was kind of disappointed because I was like, oh, Zangors, why so many of them? They're so boring. I'm looking at their parts now. They're actually really cool. I like them a lot. These seem like they could be really enjoyable to build en masse. And they've got a lot of really neat details on them as well. What are the other Chaos Gods equivalents to Zangors? Because like, Khorne has got bloodletters. It's not Poxwalkers for Nurgle, is it? Surely Nurgle has something else. Because Poxwalkers are just infected dudes, right? Horrors are Tzeentch's demons. Right, or Zangors are also Tzeentch's demons though, right? Because horrors are like... Oh, Zangors are just Tzeentchian beastmen? Okay. Wait, so are Zangors not demons? I thought that like horrors were like the Tzeentch version of like Nurglings. But so Zangors just like corrupted Xenos? Because they look like they're bird people in the same way that like Lords of Change are bird people. I assume they were just lesser versions of Lords of Change, like how Bloodletters are just lesser versions of Bloodthirsters. From the GW website, they are savage avian beastmen transmogrified by Tzeentch's power and followers and from followers and foes. I'm like, okay, so they are just Xenos who got fucked up. I see. The more you know. It's meant to go in like that? Surely not. How is this meant to fit in? I have no idea how this arm is meant to fit on there. Oh, is it meant to wrap around the front? Got Pestigores, Slangors, and Khorngors too. I didn't know. I did not know that there were gores for Slaanesh and Khorne and Nurgle. Okay, so this goes like that. I see. So then I need to get his head as well. Which is going to be... over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Where did I put the gun? Yeah. Did not realize... Their arms weirdly start from their chest. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, let's glue these bits together before I get really confused. Yeah, quite strange how their arms start from their chest, then go back up to their shoulder, and then back out. Got like a two-jointed arm. Really weird. Just looking at the size difference between these guys, this guy is fucked. Do they fit like under the foot? Not quite. Kind of. I can just cut his legs and like make them fit. This guy is getting fucked up. Yeah, I reckon we'll do 2 or 3 angles. We'll do 2, see how we can stage it, and if we want, we can do a 3rd one afterwards. But it's just the head now, so let's find where all the heads are. I think this is all arms here. Yeah, that's all arms. The old horrors were much better than the current ones, though. They looked like they were erupting towards you. Like the way they ran was by spawning new legs. Yeah, I've like the current horror minis just look so bad. Because I've mentioned this in a previous stream before, but my original exposure to horrors was in Dawn of War 1. And in that, they looked so cool. They were like these massive, like, man-sized blobs of, like they were pink tentacles with, oh, also, like, pink horrors with, like, tentacles, and they were, like, these, like, this massive, muscly meatball. And then I look at the models for the tabletop, and they look like they're half the size of a dude. They're, like, they're like an oval, like, they're like a squished hamburger patty, and they look so stupid, and it's like, what? Where is this, like, hulking, actual horrifying thing? They just look like Nurglings, but not, like, they look like Nurglings, but less funny. Okay, looks like the heads for these dudes are a 2-part thing. You do like the bird skull and then give them horns. Let's do one with his mouth open, screaming in horror as his friend is getting stomped. And so I assume this just goes straight on. I think I'm missing something. I think I've missed something. Oh yeah, it looks like there's a back piece to his head as well. D14 or 15 or 16 or 17. Can I find one of those? There we are, D15. And so, yeah, that makes sense now. Face goes on the front of that, and so this bit should just go in here. Yep, okay. That makes a lot more sense. They were sculpted by the same guy that did the slightly too sexy for modern GW old demonettes. Juan Diaz, a man can sculpt a demon, you'll give him that. Is this the old horrors? Or the new ones? I'll look up his stuff because I'm interested to see what the old horrors were like. Also, how can you do a slightly too sexy demonette like of Slanesh? Isn't that like the whole point? Because that's one thing I will say is, when I've been looking at the different models on the GW website, the Slaneshi stuff all looks so bad. It doesn't. It's like, it doesn't even really look like Slanesh stuff. It's just like, what am I looking at? Difficult to market to kids when the minis have boobs. But like, it's 40k. Like, surely they're not trying to market to kids in the first place, right? Also, surely kids would go, oh, the minis have boobs, awesome. The issue is that the parents wouldn't like that. But no parent should be like looking at 40k as a thing for their kid, right? Surely if a kid gets into 40k, it's because they found it, not because their parent was trying to get them into it. Okay. I did not intend this, but this pose is perfect for a guy who is looking down at his friend who's getting stomped on. This guy. It's just his friend is getting crushed right here. He's just looking down like, what the fuck? Oh my god, Jerry's getting crushed. Now it'd be like, what the fuck, Theknal Milderoth is getting stomped on. No! Although I do like the like headcanon of Zangors and like fucked up like worshippers and followers of Tzeentch just have really normal names. Just like Gary, Bob, Jerry, Bronson, Brady, Angela. We need more regular dude names in our fantasy settings. Steve. Was that Gavin? Damn it, he was my ride. Alright, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna name the Zangors on this mini. Once we've figured out who is where, they are getting names. It is decided though, the one who's getting stomped on is Gavin. Steve is the guy looking at Gavin. Righto. This is so stupid. It's just gonna be like, what the fuck? This is such a stupid idea. Alright, let's build Gavin now. We're gonna need to get a relatively neutral setup for Gavin, because he's getting stomped on, so he needs to be quite, because Steve's got his legs spread out, so Gavin's got to have his legs relatively tight so he can fit underneath the stomping foot, and if he doesn't fit properly, you can just cut his leg off and adjust it. But I'm thinking parts 9 and 10 should work well. Actually, maybe parts 3 and 4. Nah, 9 looks good. Actually, that's 9 and 10 there. Yeah, that looks good. We'll go with those. I reckon we will want to do 3 Zangors. We'll have Gavin getting stomped, Steve looking down at him in abject horror, and we'll have a third who's behind, just charging the knight. And I like the idea of doing this because then it means that when it comes time to make my Kairos Fate Weaver, I can make him in the same setting, like in the same environment, and then I can have them fighting each other. And so Kairos is like directing all of the dudes to charge the knight. Then we've got a little diorama going. The 3 Musketeers, Gavin, Steve, and other dude. I want it to be like, other dude is completely unaware of what's just happened to Gavin. Like, Steve is like, what the fuck? And other dude is just sending it. Okay. So, I think, like this, Gavin should fit underneath the foot quite nicely. Just... This is brutal. This poor guy. Okay, now are there any empty hand variants that we can get? Doesn't look like it. Looks like part 54, he's like spread armed, like 53 and 54. Let's see if we can find them. See what they look like. 54. Yeah, let's give that one a shot. So this will be like... that'll go on like that. And so he's just been flattened onto the ground. I like this. Okay, so let's get these bits glued on. Just need to find how it actually fits together. Think like that. There we are. Just need to get his shoulder set there properly. Cool. Actually, I'm not sure if this will be Gavin or if this will be other dude. Because this could be other dude just charging behind the knight, completely unaware of what's going on. Four faces, so 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17. Cool. We'll find the bits. I think this face here needs to go to Gavin, because he's just just screaming. So this is Gavin's face for sure. I think for other dude, we'll run this one. Hey man, going to bed, but have a lovely night and good job. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Preston. Yeah, enjoy your rest. I'll catch you later, mate. Okay, I'm thinking this one will actually end up being other dude, just because I like the idea of him blindly charging the back of the knight with 2 axes, completely unaware that his mate has just gotten stomped on. I didn't just cut myself, did I? No, I came close. But my thumb is blade proof. Holy shit, it actually is. I swear, every time I feel the bite of the blade on my thumb, I expect that I'm going to start bleeding, but it just cannot punch through my hardened skin. Actual blessing of Tzeentch. Shit! This is gonna bleed. Damn it, no. Right as I say that. Hang on. Actual blessing of Tzeentch! I cannot bleed! Holy shit, guys! It's so good. Holy moly. I have conquered the Relic Blade. That definitely should have made me bleed. That should have drawn blood. I cannot believe that did not draw blood. That hurt a lot. New nickname, the man with no blood. Look, it might not be that I don't have blood. I've got blood, but it's just I have blade-proof hands. You cannot cause me to bleed. Oh, shit. Just pushed his head off. Let's see if we can slide that back in place. And let that set. Actually, this guy's pose is probably better for Steve or for Gavin rather than other guy, because he's kind of squaring up, so it doesn't really make sense for him to be standing behind the dude because he's just squaring up. Where we want the guy behind the dude to be charging, so I think I'm going to take the head off because his head doesn't really fit for being stomped on. So we'll pull the head off and we'll use this head for other dude, and we'll need to get a head that works better for getting stomped into the ground. So part 15 or 16 probably. 17 might actually work. We'll see what they look like. I don't think they're on this sheet. It must be on this sheet here. There's 16. So that's run it. 15 and 16 run right down the back, so that's nice and smooth. That'll probably work. The other one I was considering is 17, which is... this one here. No, the feathers stand too far off, so we'll probably go with 15, just because it's the least pronounced. Okay. There we are. And then we'll just need to put his face on. So we need to get the one where he is screaming in pain as his soul is getting stomped out. Hang on, this isn't sitting properly. Need to get a bit more juice on there. Bit more juice on there. Beautiful. We don't need to worry about it being too messy because he's getting stomped on by a knight. We can look over some of his, make his head facing forward. Yeah, I'm gonna have him facing up like that probably, so that we can see his face. And so we want this face here to be his. Where did it just go? Did we see where it just flew off to? Okay, it stayed on the sheet. We're good. But yeah, this is his face here. He is not having a good time. I think I ended up giving him the same neck part as Steve. Oh, he's separating a bit there, so we'll just see if we can get a bit of the plastic cement just along that seam. Since he's going to be having his back to the ground, we don't need to worry too much about this being really visible. So we can afford just to melt this shit together, sort of unceremoniously. To really just dollop that plastic cement on there. It's not going to be visible when his back's on the ground. Okay. Not bad. I think this will be quite good. Just need to give him some horns now. Preferably some horns that don't stick out really far behind his head, because otherwise they can get in the way of stuff. So just looking at the list of horns, I'm thinking 38 looks like a good pair of horns for him. That's these ones here, nice and simple. Steve, help me, his final words. Look, you think his final words were, Steve, help me? I reckon his final words were, hey Steve, watch this. And then he got stomped on. He went, "Hey, check this out!" And then got pulverized. Uh-oh. Making a mess of the plastic cement here. There we are, just like that. Just need to get it to sit there while it cements in. There, that's what we want. And so then we'll need a body for other guy. Now, other guy's got to get some cool horns. So let's give him, I reckon, horn pattern 40 are pretty cool. Yeah, back here. This guy is sending it. He's got to be, like, charging in, so he's got to have the cool horns. Okay, now which legs are running? Looks like D11 and D12 will have him running forwards. Try giving other guy a scar on his eye. I don't know if I'm, I don't know if I want to go to that extent for one of the other dudes. I think it's a bit high effort for one of the 3 members of Team Set Dressing. Also, I think other guy is wearing a helmet, so I can't really give him a scar. Yeah, helmet's kind of in the way of his eyes. Now, what arms do we give him? We can give him just the chainsword and the gun. Or we could also give him a big fucking flag. Although I don't know what he'd be doing with the flag. But he could have one. He could also have a sword. Just like a regular sword, not a chain sword. There are a lot of variants. It looks like for the regular sword, he's like brandishing that shit. I think we want the regular sword because he's got it like high over his head. He means business. Yeah, I reckon we give him the regular sword for his right arm. I think it's funnier if he's sending it with a regular sword against the giant robot than a chainsword. Because we've got, Steve is already using chainsword and gun. So I think we want to have some variance between our dudes. We can do right arm, regular sword, left arm, an axe. You think other dude is now just literally named other dude? Yeah, I think he's missed his chance to get an actual name. Gavin and Steve are the main characters in this, and then other dude is just kind of like, he's in the background. Okay, because, so our first this has got like a chest piece for him as well. Hang on, I'm really confused as to how this... this one's meant to have both arms there for him? Is that so that you can attach like a different bit to there? Give him a weirdly long arm. Okay. So I'll probably cut this in half so that I can get the other hand on there. Yeah, so we'll split this in half because for some reason this is made for both of his this is made to have both arms on it. Not what we want. Just gonna trim this down. Other dude of the Calderas dudes. This is other dude of the Three Musketeers. Or the Three Stooges. The very same. Okay, so I think this arm will just go on like that. We'll clean up the axe arm and put that on first so that we can see how much we need to clean up on the sword arm. Aloha. How you going, Hensley? Very influential family, the dudes. The power of like the influence of the dudes spreads far and wide. It reaches places you would not imagine. Nowhere is free of the influence of the dudes family. You're well, and myself? Yeah, I'm not too bad. We're getting there. In true me style, I've just bitten off more than I could chew, I reckon. I had a big job ahead of me, and I have decided to go and give myself more work because I hate progress. So, this base that we were doing, which was originally just going to be a, like a volcanic base, has now become a like a base of basically just like it's on a demon world, a Zinchian demon world, and so there's the instead of lava rivers, it's going to be like flows of magic cracking through the earth or something. And then there's also going to be 3 Zangors underneath the knight, one of whom is getting stomped on, the other one is looking on in horror, and the third one is oblivious to what's happening and is just charging from behind. So I'll show you the, I'll finish assembling this guy, and then I'll show you the set dressing that we're going for. Just need to get this to hold. Cool. I mean, go big or go home. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I'm always going big. I always decide to go a little bit too big. I think this should fit now. Kind of. There's a little bit of mismatch on the chest there, but I think it should be fine. Shouldn't be too noticeable. The kind of guy that goes in a D-hop. I'm not sure what a D-hop is, I'm sorry. A tattoo shop and gets a full back cover when you've never had a tattoo to begin with. Hopefully not. I've never had a tattoo to begin with. But I sure hope that if I do ever get a tattoo, I don't just go into the shop and get a full back. Or that is entirely possible. Okay. It's looking alright. So we'll let this set, and then we'll put the head on. Actually, it's not setting particularly well, so we'll probably need to add some juice to the armpit there. Just pull it into the spot that we want it to sit in. Should set nicely. And we just pop the head on the top. These bits seem to be struggling to fuse a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm just holding it at a really bad angle or what. There we are. Just closed that seam there. Oh, now I close one seam and then another seam opens up. Just dab little bits of plastic cement onto these joints that I want to seal, and hope that it can just melt it all together a little bit. Since his body is relatively smooth anyway, I don't think I need to worry too much about it removing details. And so I can just let the plastic cement just melt it into the just melt the finish together. Okay, and then we'll lie that down and let him set. So, yeah. Hensley, this is what we've got for this base. I'll just move all of these, I'll move this instruction manual out of the way. So I don't need this anymore. But basically, because we've got this, this volcanic base, or volcanic-ish base that we've set up for the knight to stand on. And so we're gonna have either lava or like liquid magic flowing through these crevices, starting up high and then going down into the lower area and parting around all of the rocks we got there. And the knight is gonna stand like this. Gonna have like some flows going underneath his feet, which I think will be quite cool. And then we had the idea of putting some demons on the base. And so under this foot here, we're going to have Gavin getting fucking pulverized. And so we'll need to figure out how to get him to sit nicely. We'll probably have to chop him up a bit. And then while Gavin is getting fucking pulverized, his friend Steve is going to be standing next to him, looking down at him like, what the fuck? And then, while that is happening, we're gonna have other guy back here somewhere, just absolutely sending it. Maybe I'll have him down here, near the back. I don't know. We might not end up doing all three of them. We might just do Gavin and other guy, because there might not be enough space to have Gavin and Steve both at the front there. But yeah, that's the idea. We'll have a couple of these dudes charging him. Should be fun, if we can make it fit. So, and I think our milliput has mostly set now. So we can probably start undercoating. We can start priming this stuff here. I'm just wondering, I don't know if I can dry brush the primer on, rather than having to spray it. If I can dry brush it, that'd make it a lot easier, but I don't want to potentially damage my nice dry brushes with primer. Well, actually, before I do that anyway, I need to clean up the edges of the base because there's a lot of overhang. Who would win, Gavin, Steve, or Other Dude? I think Other Dude, just because he's a lot happier. He's got that he's got the positive mental. He doesn't know about the horrors of the universe yet. Okay, I think what I might need to do is just carve away the edges here, and then come back through with some milliput to get a nice smooth rim to the base. Yeah, I'll do that, because there's no way to nicely cut this cork back smoothly. So we'll just pull it back as best we can, and then we'll come back through with some milliput to give a smooth rim. Yeah, because as I do this, it is tearing up the cork a bit, which we don't really want. Yeah, just need to take it a bit easier. Yeah, honestly, it's not turning out too terribly. But I do still want to clean it up a bit. It's better to cut away too much than not enough, because I can always build it back out with the milliput. This isn't the most exact way of cleaning up the edge of the base, because it's a really rough surface that I'm cutting. But I think it's going to turn out alright. Hello, 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 how you going? Gotta go to bed, back to regular hours from Monday, so if you don't catch a stream for a while, I hope the rest of the build goes well. Righto, thanks for dropping by, James. Yeah, get yourself some rest, and yeah, I'll see you later. Do I use different paints for cork? No, it'll be the same paints. I'll just need to make sure I get it all primed up nicely so that it's not absorbing a whole lot. As I imagine that cork would probably be quite thirsty, but if I give it a good prime, it should be fine. Yeah, this side of the base is an absolute pain to clean the rim up. Got so much glue that's just run over the edge. Just tap out any little cork scraps. Still a bit of overhang here. We're getting there. And so yeah, once we finish cleaning, or once we finish cutting back the edges here, we'll then mix up a little bit more milliput and just smooth it around the edges. Don't need to worry about getting it too fine, too nice. We just want to make sure we push it into all the little gaps and stuff. And then we can come back and sand it. That way we can sort of hide the layering of the cork on the outside edge of the base. And just give it a nice smooth finish. That started tearing quite a lot while I was cutting it, although honestly, I don't think it's actually tearing back that far. It's just tearing back along the edge there. I thought for a second I was tearing inwards, but I think the glue is holding it pretty well, so I'm actually only getting rid of the excess. I thought I was about to make a massive mess of it. Oh shit. Speaking of making a massive mess of it, I just printed my thumbprint onto the milliput here. Just get a teeny bit of water on that, smooth that out. One of your Discord friends sent you a brand new awesome wet palette, 2 mini holders, a brush holder, 2 sponges, and 100 papers for the wet palette. Wow, okay, nice. That is very generous. Hey everybody. Hey Train, how you going? And because you're using your empty pill bottle to hold minis to paint. I mean, I am also notorious for that. My the mini holder that I use when I do use a mini holder is a it's an old olive jar, and I just I magnetize all my minis so that they stick to the lid. I mean, if it works, it works. You don't think my knight will fit on the lid? No, the knight I'm gonna have to just hang on to the little bits. And just paint it one section at a time. Either that or I'm gonna need a bigger olive jar. Okay, I think the rim is mostly cleaned up now. I don't think I've got anything that's hanging over the edge really badly. There's a little bit over here. But now... we can mix up a little more milliput. When did this fall off? I'm pretty sure this is meant to be on there still. Whoops. Let's glue that back on. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a really porous basing material. So it just kind of soaks up everything, and also it's kind of painful to glue down because it's got a bit of a powdery texture. So whenever I glue it, the powder just kind of comes off a little bit. That should do it though. Cool. And now I'll just sweep all of this crap underneath my cutting mat for the time being, so that I have a smooth surface to mix my milliput on. I'll clean that up when we're done. But out of sight, out of mind for the time being. I'm pretty sure the spare milliput that I had over here has probably gone a bit too hard to use now. Yeah, that is... Oh! Actually, if I can get it out of... No, yeah, it's used with itself there. So, again, we won't need much. We'll just get a bit of moisture on our scissors here so that it doesn't stick too much. And we'll just chop off the end there. And then do the same here. Is that equal parts? It looks pretty equal to me. We'll run with it. Let's just clean up the scissors here so that it doesn't get crap cementing on it. zoom this back out. Now time to get all this white crap all over my hands again. But yeah, I really do like working with the milliput. It makes me want to get into like clay modeling. But I don't think I'm I don't think I'm creative enough for that. Nor do I have a good enough understanding of how things should look. I feel like anything that I make out of clay would just look atrocious. I think this is almost ready to work with. Getting there. Honestly, I feel like adding water actually makes this stickier, unlike with the green stuff, where the green stuff is just super sticky. Once you've got like this relatively dry, it's not actually that bad. But the second you put water on your fingers, it just attaches to you. It's almost workable like blue tack once you get it mixed through well. I'm just gonna roll it out to be nice and long and thin. Let's use this section first and just start building up our edges to the base. Honestly, even this is probably going to be heaps. We'll just go half this to begin with. And what we'll do, we'll find a bit which we will roll it out even longer and thinner. Like this. Get a bit of moisture on our fingers. Yeah, the instant you introduce water to this, it goes so clay-like. It's like blue tack while dry, and then clay while wet. It's really interesting. So I'm just going to pinch it and drag it around the edge. And then once it's set, we can come back through and sand it to smooth. I'm actually really liking how this is. That's gonna be so good. Wow. Just pull up that little bit of excess cork there. Bit more moisture on my finger. And just pressing quite firmly. I'm just dragging along to smooth it out. Yeah, that's actually so good. Look at the difference between that bit and the stacks of cork. That's really cool. I like that. So we'll just get a little bit more. Turn it into a nice long noodle. Just pop it there. Bit of moisture on our finger. And then we just start massaging it in. Let's get a tiny bit more to go here. Yeah, I'm really liking how I can just use it to smooth out these edges. And again, we can always just come back through once the milliput has dried and just sand it back. Just going to use my fingernail to drag some of the excess that's on the side of the base and just pull it into this section here that I want to smooth out. And I like that I can just sort of I can just pinch the edge and drag it towards the places where I want it to be. And then smooth it with my finger again. This bit I'm not a huge fan of, because it's kind of too smooth. So I'm going to use the, I'm going to use a tool just to see if I can flatten it down. Just drag it off this rock as best I can. So we just want to build up the section around the edge of the base. You just want to do the rim. Oh, okay, yeah, the tool is actually really handy just for smoothing it out along the sections that I want it to be. Now I'll just take this excess off the end of the tool, and we can just use that again. Just roll it out to be nice and long. See if we can just plant that noodle there. Cool, and then a little bit of moisture on our fingers. Then we can just smooth it along the edge there. This is so cool. Nice and long. Nice and long, mate. I wish I didn't do that. I'm sorry. What you set me off there. This is I deeply apologize to anybody who's still here and had to hear that. I I regret my actions. Hey yo. Man, my hands are so covered in all this, in all the milliput. This is a lot of fun though. Definitely prefer working with milliput to working with green stuff. I think I will definitely find more opportunities to use milliput than I will green stuff. Let's get a little bit more. Here we are. Get my fingers nice and moist. And just massage that in. I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a funny mood. I've just been playing around with this clay, well, with the melee pot for too long. Getting a little bit silly. Bob Ross. That is an insult to Bob Ross, what I was just doing. That is an absolute insult to Bob Ross. It does not deserve to be compared to me. Of all people. Don't have to do him dirty like that. Okay. Make another long noodle of this one. You don't watch Bob Ross nor know him that well. I never really watched Bob Ross either, but I didn't actively watch him, but I'd seen his stuff, and he's just like the most wholesome painting guy ever. There's no weird, freaky, innuendo shit like what I was just doing, with nice and long and none of that. He was just a genuinely lovely man who just liked to paint. An absolute blessing to the world. Need to build this out a little bit further because it doesn't quite reach the rim. There we are. It's looking pretty good. I think still a little bit more. just need to build it out bit by bit. Because this section didn't quite come out to the rim in the first place, so I'm needing to build up a fair bit of body. All you know is that when your grandpa was alive, you watched Bob a lot. Yeah, look, Bob Ross is just like, you can still find like all of his stuff on, or at least a lot of his stuff on YouTube. I'm pretty sure people still, there's like a 24/7 live stream of just a lot of his old stuff that's just going. And he's just really relaxing to watch, and he's just a really nice guy. I would definitely recommend checking out the Bob Ross live stream if you ever have the spare time and you're not really sure what to do, and you just like, if you think of it, just give it a shot. He's just pop in. It's a cultural experience. You don't need to stick around for a really long time, but yeah, it's definitely worth seeing, just so that you know, because he's like, it's really cool. No, Warhammer is a cultural thing. Warhammer is a cultural thing. Maybe, you know what? I think we've found the direction for me in the future. I just need to become the Bob Ross of Warhammer, no? that is heresy right there. That's sacrilege. Nobody can aspire to replace Bob. I'm sorry, Bob in heaven. I'm not worthy. Technically, I'm not replacing him. Yeah, but it's more just like about the mantle. I don't think, nobody can claim to be like the next Bob Ross or the Bob Ross of A or B. It's not something that you claim. It's something that, if you're lucky, people might refer to you as. But you can't just self-proclaim yourself to be like Bob Ross, because that's contrary to everything that Bob was. I think I need a little more on this rock here. There we are. I think I actually mixed up the correct amount of milliput this time. I'm not going to have too much left over, which is nice. Man, that's going to be so cool. I really like the smooth rim that this is giving the base. What if we name the knight as well? But at the same time, wouldn't it be kind of funny to have this model with this huge fucking knight and then there's a couple of Zangors and the only named characters on the model are the Zangors getting stomped on? I feel like that's kind of funnier. Could name the knight like Buster, Biff, Chad. Derek. Just gotta give it like either a jock name or like something that someone would name their bulldog. He'd be named Gavin the Destroyer, but he's already destroying Gavin. He could be the Gavin Destroyer. Terry. Oh man, I cannot wait to be done with this milliput so that I can wash my hands because it is everywhere. Sad night is getting no attention. Oh well, it is what it is. My goal with these streams isn't to get a whole lot of views. I'm happy just to have anybody to talk to while I work on these things. And I mean, like, this is a pretty quiet day today, but given how the past few days have been in general, like, past week has been insane, so, like, we take the quiet days. Now all that's showing up on your feed is Bob Ross. Good. He's just a wonderful man. No, not good. Why is that? Hey, we are almost there with our, with the rim. Oh, I think that's looking pretty good for the most part. So if we just spin this around. We've got a nice smooth rim all the way around. That's going to be really good, I reckon. So once that's set, we can come back through and sand it. And then we'll be able to prime. I like the way that's turned out. That was fun as well. Oh. Stretch a little bit. I'm going to go wash my hands, and then let's figure out where to go from here. So I'll be right back. One sec. All right. Cool. Bam, bam, bam. So what can we do while we wait for that to dry? We'll set it aside. I guess we can figure out how we're going to have Gavin be crushed underfoot. So Gavin is this dude that's being spread eagled. We want him to be face up. Since he's going on a flat surface, we can just do this on the cutting mat. Because we want to get the foot flat to the ground is the main thing. And so the things that are interfering with that are his hands are blocking off the foot going down. So I think what we'll do is we'll actually just delete any part that goes under a toe. So Gav is about to have a whole lot of not fun at the moment. So I've got him, let's position him like this, and let's get a pencil and mark the sections where we are about to cripple him. I did also just start breaking another piece of the knight's foot that I had broken before, so I just need to get a little bit of plastic cement in there. The whole lower body's got to go. Yeah, he's gonna lose some of his dignity. Gavin is not long for this world. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold him like this. And then with our pencil, we're gonna Just... Does this actually mark on him? Not really. Damn it. I'm just gonna hope that this is marking. It is. I can vaguely see where the pencil is marking. So we're gonna mark all the sections where he's gonna need to get chopped. Let's just start with these, and then we can come back through. So. He's losing this bit here. That's going to peek out from under a toe. Pretty much that whole shoulder has got to go. The bits that I'll stay, I'll put them on the base so that I don't get them mixed up. Poor Gavin. I'm just gonna apply a little bit of plastic cement to this section that I've chopped just so it can sort of seal over. I might need to come back through and chop some more off, but we'll just cauterize the wound for the time being. The head of this axe needs to come off. I could probably have a bit more of the axe poking out. We can probably have his legs sticking out the far side. So have the foot stumping down on him. Like that. Oh, hang on, it's this foot here. What did he do to deserve this? He didn't deserve this. The sad truth is he didn't deserve any of this. Yeah, he's gotta lose the he's gotta lose the other arm as well. He's having it rough. Gavin has not had a good day. I think I might need to sand his back to be flat, so that he can lie down. But I reckon let's cut his let's cut his legs off. And we might use them still. But I don't think he'll be needing these. He's not going anywhere. This is actually so fucked up. Bruh. I think he needs to get sanded back quite a lot, mate. Gavin is in for a world of hurt. I think we can probably have him, like, crushed like this, like, half, like, sticking out. If we're gonna do that, he's gotta get a line along here. Steve is traumatized. He is! Steve's best buddy has just gotten pulverized into the ground. Okay, so we'll make a line along here, just so that we know how much of Gavin needs to go. This poor fucking guy. The issue is, I cut his arms off, but then I went and started doing a setup where his arms are not actually going to be pinned. So I'll need to stick his arms back on. This guy is so mangled. But anyway. So we've got to take a slice out of his waist. Like this. Like this wedge from his waist and lower back needs to go. Gavin, more like 1/6 of a Gavin. Yeah, there's not much of him left. The issue is I think this is going to take a really long time to sand back. This is going to be a long and painful ordeal for both Gavin and myself. Let's move this out of the way, because this is stealing the camera's focus. And this is the Gavin show. Gavin deserves a better life. Yeah, he drew the short straw. This is gonna take so long. This is so fucked up. You see, this is the best part about not planning your minis, like before you build them, is you just have these hilarious experiences where you're just like in the middle of doing something and then you have this terrible idea. And you're like, this needs to happen. Even a space marine would feel bad for Gavin. I think it's hard not to feel bad for Gavin. He is fucked. Hey, how much have we taken away? A bit. I don't think we're anywhere near the goal. I think we've taken away a bit. I think the goal is like it's like this. So there's still, I think we've still got a little bit too much Gavin. I think we can afford to take away a little bit more. Bro has a family back home and right now he's getting messed up. Bro has a family back home and right now he's getting filed down into nothing. He's been thrown into a wood chipper. There has to be a more efficient way of doing this. Just filing him into nothingness. Okay. Alright, Gav. Let's see how it's looking. Knife. Oh, I did a little bit of a tester with the knife, and I'm terrified that I'm just gonna rip through it and just cut my finger off. Alright, how's it looking for Gav? He's getting there. But as you can see, there's still a little bit too much Gavin sticking out underneath the foot. There's so much to go. I'm just gonna make a little cut along where he needs to go. There is so much Gavin left below the surface. But I can't bleed, remember? True, actually, my fingers are they are blade proof. There's so much Gavin that needs to be cut off. Let's see if I might be able to just split. I need to, so if I just split him from taint to spine. This is actually the world's most fucked up surgery. This is horrible. This is the most grim dark part about 40k. It's Gavin. The death of Gavin the Zangor. This is so bad. Not even Adolfo deserves this. This is definitely a traumatic experience for both Gavin and me. I think I just need to keep pinching these sections with the cutters until they start to pull away. If you know what I mean. I'm not sure if I do know what you mean. I'm not sure if you there was a mistyping of Adolf as in Hitler, or of Astolfo as in the pink-haired twink. Because there are two very different interpretations depending on who it is. The guy who started a war. Okay, Hitler. Not talking about the trap. Okay. I feel like Gavin has gotten his ass completely destroyed. There is nothing left. Like, there's having a bad day, and then there's this. And he is having a bad day. Let's see if we can file this back now. Okay, I think we're making good progress. I'm pretty sure we still need to split it there. I think there's still a fair bit of work to be done. Let's just see how far we've come. It's not bad. It's not bad. We're almost there, I think. In fact, I think we get rid of the little sidearm he has. Just nip that off. Also, what if Toga Himiko was a guardsman? I think that she would struggle in that case. I don't think there would be any any chance of any relationships with anyone. She is dying in 2 minutes. Hey, I think, honestly, I think we've done our job. Gavin is getting obliterated. I think his butthole has been sufficiently reduced. So now he can just stick his legs on and stick his arms back on. And then he's good to go. He's ready for action. Yeah, after his surgical butt reduction. Just need to keep trying to stick this back on. As I did unfortunately snap that earlier. Okay. So now we get to rebuild this poor guy. So this is a leg. No person deserves what is happening to Gavin. This is the most fucked up fate in 40k. So we've got his little chicken legs here. This is his left arm, so that goes there. It's like building Exodia. This is his right arm, which goes there. Oh my god. And then we've got his weapons. Look. He's alive. He's okay. It's fine. Look, he's got his legs and he's got his arms. It's like nothing happened. Oh man. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay. This is really bad. This is really bad. This is really not good. So let's stick his arms back on because he does need these. What? Why did I do this to him? And then we'll need to fix his axe. Look, we're reassembling him. Just like Zinch would have intended. You just take him apart and we put him back together again. His weapon doesn't really want to go back together. Glad the other guy doesn't have to see this. I have some bad news for you. He's here. He's been watching the whole time. He's watched this happen the whole way through. Okay. That's one arm mostly fixed, I think. I'll just hold him upright so that it doesn't flop off. Just hold it upright. Look, when I hold him up like this, it's almost like he's ready to fight someone. And then we realize that he's just being stomped on. Do we fix his weapon, or do we completely remove his weapon so that he's just got like an empty hand, just like scrambling in pain? Honestly, no, okay. delivery could have been a little better. I understand that sounded a little bit psychopathic. I could have said that better, but I think that's what we want to do. No weapon for Gavin. So we'll just file this back down a little bit. Nice and gentle. No, he doesn't deserve to be robbed as well. Brother, I'm sorry. he's dying in a horrible way. He's clearly alive. So I said he's dying. That's the worst part, is he's still alive. He's been stomped on, but he's not dead yet. That's the most fucked up part of the whole story. So here's his other hand. Oh, what's this? He's still holding something here as well? You know we can't have that. He's not allowed to die a warrior's death. I think if I just poke the tip of the knife into the haft of the axe and then spin it, I can kind of drill out the axe handle. Can't let him go to Valhalla. Look, he's a Tzeentch worshipper. He's not going to Valhalla. This part of the axe handle is going to be a bit of a pain to get rid of because it, like, you can see it going into his hand there. I think we should be able to manage. Just get the edge of the relic blade in there. Still, he deserves anywhere but the warp. I think the warp is where he would want to be. That's where his beloved bird person god is. There we are. Now it's like he's not even holding anything. Look, I'm a benevolent god. I will give him his arms back. I don't know how this arm is meant to stick on. I think it was like this. But that doesn't look like he's begging for his life. I think it needs to be like this for him to be like begging for his life, right? So I think he needs to lose his bicep. Don't you agree? The bicep needs to go so that this can go in like that. And he can be like, ah, no. Either that or I need to manufacture a tricep for him. We could build a tricep for him. Make him a new man. You don't agree. It sounds like you agree. I think the bicep needs to go. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, I'm not confident in my ability to manufacture a tricep. I'm much better at taking away than I am giving, so I think the bicep's going. Oh, look at that. That's so much better. He just needed less arm. Yeah, it's so much better when he has a little bit less arm. Look, I'm not evil. I'm not a cruel god. So I will help rebuild him with some sprue goo. Look, it's not all over. He still has some room for recovery. So, let's see if we can get some sprue goo out of here. We might be able to build him up. Let's just get rid of all the milliput that's built up on this tool. And let's see if we can fish out some sprue goo from here. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. You know what this is? This is liquid plastic. This is the lifeblood of, of, building biceps. So, I'm gonna wipe off the excess here. And so we're gonna stick on his, what's left of his arm in the position that we want it to be in, which is raised into the air in abject terror as he is getting squashed. So just like that. And now while that is sticking, we're gonna just pick up some sprue goo, some liquid bicep. It's a bit too much there. we're just gonna build that up. I'm gonna need to get a tissue because he's got some liquid bicep flowing down his back there, and I don't think he wants that there. I just need to support it with my thumb, because as his flesh melts, it becomes a bit soft, and then we don't want his arm to fall off. We can spin this way. Or it has two different arms on small and medium. Oh, hey F15, how you going? Welcome to my my laboratory. We are currently modifying a person to fit underneath the boot of our knight. You've missed out on a a bit of a horrifying series of events. You've come right as we've rebuilt this man. He had nothing, and we've given him everything. And look, it may look like he's flexing in triumph, but in reality, what's happening is he is being stomped to death, and his arms are up in terror. And so we're going to need to stick his legs back on as well, so we can see his little funny chicken legs going all the way underneath. And you've seen it all. Yeah, yeah, Chaos has been very helpful in providing suggestions on how best to fuck up this guy. I was honestly quite surprised by how brutal Chaos was in their suggestions. But I'm not one to judge. And look, I'm here to please, so I did everything that Chaos told me to. Daring, aren't we, with the kit bash? Look, I've said this before, but this is like my biggest issue, is when I don't plan things out. When I don't plan things out, I end up just giving myself so much extra work because I have really funny ideas and I want to do them. No, no, no. What's up? What's wrong? Oh, no, look, Tess, I couldn't possibly take credit for your ideas. Like, you don't need to be so humble. I couldn't take... What do you mean it was my idea? You're the one who told me to cut off all his arms and then reattach them after reducing his bicep a few times. You said that word for word. Like, we have the logs. You can just scroll back up through the chat. Okay, we'll let him dry. We'll seal the soup once more. Honestly, oh man. I love the smell of solvents. I love the smell of solvents. Ugh. Okay. Now, we need to get the little chicken legs. And find a way to have them sticking out. Oh, okay. Now, I'm not gonna lie. His legs, I think they're a bit too long. Don't you agree? His legs are a bit long. I don't think he needs legs that long. I don't think they need to be that long. He's not going to be using them anyway. I think they can afford to be a little bit shorter. I reckon he doesn't need the knee. we can just cut it off at the knee. Gavin doesn't need the knees. He's not going to be using them anyway. No, I just ripped his arm off again. Fuck. Oh yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. His arm is fine, don't worry. I fixed it. His flesh is still molten. We can put him back together. He looks like a cursed bird thing. He is a cursed bird thing, and he's getting what he deserves. And so his leg is gonna... The tiny little leg. The tiny little leg. I may have taken off a bit too much of his leg. Maybe the knee was important. He was fine before. It's fine. We can fix him. We can fix him. We just need to find where the knee was. I've got the stump that was his leg. I think this was his knee. I think this was his knee. Because we just... Like that? Oh, look at that. That's his leg. That's his leg. We found it. I think we just need to glue that back on. And he can keep the knee. We just need to take away the thigh. There. Look, that's nice and long. Bro was happily waiting to be built and got messed up. Zinch had fun with that guy's mutations. Look, that's what I'm saying. This is just what Zinch would have wanted. He has no right to complain. This is, like, he's getting what he signed up for. I don't know why you're so shocked, Chaos. I think I just messed that up. I don't know which way his knee is meant to go on. So this bit's his knee. I think it goes like this. I think it goes like that. That seems knee-like enough. Skull emoji. I think this should be fine. Is this even his knee, or did I just grab a random piece from the table? I honestly don't know. It's his knee now, anyway. Now, this, if we get this funny little leg, you think I messed up? I think I have done exactly what I've needed to. And so, we get this little leg. It'll stick out like that, and that'll be great. Beautiful. Oh my, it's perfect. Just as the Chaos Gods would have wanted. And this leg, the issue that we have with this leg. Now, let me explain what's wrong with this leg. 1, it's too long. He doesn't need that much leg. 2, it's bent really funnily. This isn't going to fit underneath a knight. Could also give him a lobotomy. Look, he doesn't. If I give him a lobotomy, he won't be able to feel the knight crushing his soul with it under its foot. So we want to keep that. We want to keep brain function. But anyway, this leg is too long. And also, main thing is, yeah, it's not going to fit underneath that well. Look at this. It's going to go up. It's going to... It's like, it's not going to fit nicely. He doesn't need that much leg. So what I suggest, I propose, we cut his leg at the knee, and then we turn it to go out this way. We rotate the leg. We're just repositioning the, we're just realigning the bones a little bit. So we take off a little bit of leg there, and we just pivot it around to be here. And now he has a nice looking leg. We do need to sand it back. We do need to file it back a bit. The shape is a little bit icky, a little bit gross. Not a fan. The many-armed emperor gives his salutations. Welcome, Mark. How are you going? You've arrived in the middle of some horrifying Dark Eldar procedures. Okay, so I think we just need to put his knee back on now. Just like that. Is this even his knee? This does not look anything like a knee. I think it's meant to be his knee. I think the craziest thing about this operation is that I've got like all of the parts just mixed in with scraps and garbage. So I put them down and I get lost and I just pick up some random bit of plastic and I'm like, that's his leg now. I'm just gonna hold this while it glues. And there, look, now his leg is straight. Look, I'm something of a doctor. Look, I've fixed him. This is so much better. So for reference, guys, this is why we have done all this. We've sanded like his whole lower body off so that he can be nicely crushed underfoot by this knight. And he's screaming in pain. This is Gavin, by the way. This is Gavin. Gavin the Zangor. He's getting crushed. His little legs are going to be sticking out, going underneath the foot. While that's happening, he's going to be getting crushed to death. His friend Steve here is going to be standing next to him, looking down at him like, what the fuck? And then on the other side of the mini, on the other side of the base, there's just going to be this other dude who doesn't know what's going on, and he's just going to be charging the knight. But yeah, that's what this whole detour was. Because basically, we needed something to do while we waited for the milliput on the base to dry. Because we've gone and put milliput all around the edges to give it a nice smooth finish. And once that's dried, then we can sand it back and then we can prime everything. But you must really hate Gavin. I love Gavin. I have put so much thought into Gavin. I've probably put more thought into Gavin than I have the knight itself. That's how much I care about Gavin. Oh, okay. I need a stretch. And that was an eldritch noise I just made. Is this sandable yet? No, it's still a bit wet. What else can we do? So we've got... Also, look at that. Look at how well that bicep reconstruction has gone. It's like I never carved it out. It's like... honestly, if I could be so bold, I think this is better than his original bicep. His lower body is not looking too hot. Paint the knight. The thing is, I want to wait until I've got the base set up before I paint the knight, because I really want to do I want to do the base first so that I can get an idea of where the light is going to be, because I'm going to have really bright lights flowing through all these rivers, and I want to then glue the legs of the knight down. Oh, whoops! I want to glue the legs of the knight down onto the base, so that I can then start on the OSL and then sort of have the at least the base legs as yeah, just part of the foundation, and then build everything up from there. Just wondering if there's a whole lot else I can do. I guess I can figure out how Gavin's legs will fit. Oh shit. His new and improved long leg was starting to stick to the cutting mat. We saved it though. I guess we can try to figure out how we'll put his legs in. Because he's going to be sitting up like this, like, ah, no! Alright. First issue. Who else can see this issue, guys? It's a pretty big issue, in my opinion. Can I get some guesses as to what I'm about to say? What do we think is wrong with this image? Because what I personally am seeing is that this leg, it seems a tad bit long. I think this leg can afford to go just a little bit. Like, I don't think he needs that much leg. I can probably afford to cut off just a section. Have I seen the secret level trailer you told me about? Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, it looks like it will be good, but it's also just a bit odd that they're doing like an anthology of a bunch of different sci-fi, or not even sci-fi, but just a bunch of different game. Like, I feel like it's just a bit weird. Like, if it's good, that'll be good. I'll be happy if it's good. Don't do it, Anakin. Look, he doesn't need the leg. I think... well, about here. I think about here. He keeps most of it. He keeps his dignity. He keeps his knee. That's an important thing. He still has the ability to bend his leg. Is that not enough? I think if we just remove the top half of his thigh, just like that, he still keeps most of his leg. At that point, it's still basic, it's still most of a leg. And now look at that. They match. Beautiful. Wonderful. And then we just pop him there. And they do look a little bit short, don't they? Whoops. Look, no one has to know. It's going to be buried underneath the foot of the knight anyway. No one has to know. Honestly, this knee is still bent a bit too much. I think, I don't want it to lie flat, but it might have to. Either that, or I'll just glue it, and if need be, his foot can just get chopped off. Hey Hobby Club, how you going? You've arrived at a time of great consideration. I'm figuring out how best to reduce the amount of leg this guy has. So I think we can all agree that's too much leg. The main issue is that this amount of leg interferes with it. I mean, if the legs are stuck under the knight, it makes sense that they'd be twisted. Yeah, I can feel that. We'll glue the legs on once we figured out how the knight is going to be standing on it. I guess let's just do like a demo staging of this, see how it'll all look. Because we've got so Gavin here will make sure his legs stay with him, don't want to lose his legs. We've got the base. We'd have the knight standing like that. We've got Steve here, who is gonna be like, yo, what the fuck? Actually, how do I even get Steve close enough? Is he gonna be like here? Yeah, he's gonna be like here. Like magic goo going between his feet. And then because he's standing there looking down. You can't really see too well. He's looking down. And he's going to be looking down at the mangled ruin that is Gavin, who's going to be trapped under this foot. So we're going to have Gavin squashed here. Steve shocked, standing by him. And then just this other dude over here who's just going to be sending it. He's just going to be going for it. Or he could be like back here, sending it. No, I reckon he needs to be like off in the distance. Just unaware of the horror. And then perhaps we could like put skulls here or something like that. Let's get a skull. We need a bit more set dressing. So as far as demon skulls go, we've got some blood letters. Not on this one, they're on this one here. This is going to be a Tzeentchian demon world though, so the blood letters don't really make a whole lot of sense, and I don't think there are any Zangor skulls in here. There are things that could be similar. Question, how long do you think the night is going to take to finish? Answer, I have no idea. It will probably take at least 12 hours. Bare minimum. It's going to take a lot longer than that. I'm not going to just do night streams. I'm going to alternate. Hey, Francois, welcome. I'm letting the milliput dry at the moment, so I'm just figuring out what skulls I want to use in the meantime. What you've missed is that we've changed gears a little bit. It's not going to be like a regular volcanic setting. So I don't know where title is here. You've been lied to and deceived. It's now a Tzeentch demon world. So there's going to be, instead of lava flows, it's going to be like glowing blue or pink or green or I don't know, the glowing magic shit that's cracking the earth. So same idea. We've smoothed out the edges with milliput, and then once that's dried, we're gonna sand it all back. I should save some of those horns for my Ahriman. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I'll probably end up using some of those horns to redo the Ahriman staff. But yeah, and so I've got a few Zangors which we're gonna use for like this guy's getting stomped. But yeah, once but basically I'm just gonna put a skull here. I'm just not sure what skull I want to go with. Or I could go with a stack of human skulls. I could just absolutely pile them up, just a shitload of them. Because honestly, actually, I've got human skulls to spare. I could just make like a huge lump of skulls. Just look at how many skulls I've got there. Just skull pile. Poor Zangors. Yeah, they are not having a good time. Gavin is getting obliterated and Steve is watching on in horror. Alright, let's prep some human skulls. Off to bed for now, but subbed. Excited to see this project move along. Cool, thanks for dropping by, Hobby Collab. The next stream I do probably won't be the night again, just because this is a third consecutive night stream. So we'll probably jump back to some of the other minis that we've got on the back burner, just to keep things interesting. But yeah, I am very keen to get this one cleaned out. This is going to be a very fun project to work on. Okay, so I reckon what we'll do is we'll take half a row of skulls from here, and then half a row of the ones that don't have the jawbones, and then we'll just clean them all up, and then just merge them together in a mound of skulls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then let's get 5 without the jawbone. 1, 2. Boo, gotta slay the grey. I am slaying the grey. There's multiple greys that need to be slayed. 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. I'm not going to start an additional project when I've already got a few that are on the back burner. Skulls for the Skull Throne? Not here. This is a Tzeentch world. These are not for the Skull Throne. They're just for the floor. This is an absolute pain to get off without cutting myself. This sprue is hanging on. Holy shit, it does not want to budge. There we are. Just zoom this in a little bit because I'm working with very tiny little things. Yeah, since I'm going to be putting these in a mound of skulls, I'm not going to worry too much about a whole lot of about getting it super smooth. Nubmaker's channel is quickly becoming your fave. Like, it's not Nubmaker's channel, it's my channel. Nubmaker is my co-host. Okay, that's one skull. These are held on with really thick sprues. Holy moly, I'm absolutely going to cut myself. No blood. We're all good. Blade-proof fingers. It's crazy. I don't know what's happened. I've actually just had so many close calls that where it just doesn't cut, it doesn't draw blood. I am actually impervious to laceration. Lies, deceptions every day, it's more lies. I have overcome the threat of the blades. Nubmaker cannot harm me anymore. That's 4 out of 10. Ooh, was that any blood? No. Oh, I'm actually so powerful now. What the hell? This is crazy. Literally impossible to draw blood out of these fingers. Like, a few weeks ago, these tiny little taps with Nubmaker would cause me to bleed just profusely. No more. I am too powerful. Cannot be harmed by mere blades. I've built up resistance with multiple smaller cuts, so slightly bigger cuts are no threat anymore. True. SCP Foundation, we got an anomaly. Look, I don't think the blade resistance of my fingers is that anomalous. I think I've just graduated from baby hands. I don't think I need to be locked up. It's no mere blade. It's the relic blade nub maker. Yeah, and the relic blade nub maker was forged in my flesh. It cannot harm me. I have a feeling this sprue is going to be the end of me. It's a very big sprue. I had to pinch quite hard. Definitely felt the blade hit my thumb there. I think we're chilling. I think we're good. Ow, that hurts. I think it's good though, no blood. Corn has no grip over me. And this will be the last skull. And what I could also do is around the stack of skulls, I've got this really, this fine particulate here, so I could scatter little bits of that to be like bone dust. Or like, yeah, just like bone fragments. Alright, quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's all of them. Cool. Now, what sort of size stack can we get out of these? Let's just roughly grab them. Oh yeah, that'll be plenty. That'll be more than enough. And so when we put them in, we'll just need to sort of style them so that the faces are pointing outwards. Hello, hey Iron of the Spoon, how you going? Space Marine 2, what class are you all going to be playing? I haven't had a look at the too many of the gameplay reveals. Trying not to spoil myself too much. I'm keen just to wait for it to come out and then just to dive in mostly blind. Alright. Let's get this skull stack going. Just gonna start off with a teensy little bit. Doing well, about to paint a Horus Heresy chaplain. Nice, cool. What legion are you gonna go with? We'll use one of the ones with the jawbone for the foundation, just so we can get some good height out of it. We'll push him in that way. Gotta be facing outwards as much as possible. Basically painting leaders for every legion. This one will be ultramarine. Oh, righto, cool. So you're not doing this for playing tabletop. This is just purely the hobby side of things. Yeah, though your friend might make you start an army. Man, I'm so jealous of people every time they're like, "Oh yeah, my friend's got me. My friend's gonna play the tabletop with me, or my friend wants me to play the tabletop." It's like, damn it! I wish I had friends in person who play it. But I'm all on my own. Oh, I like the way the skull without the jawbone sits flat on the ground. That's cool. To be honest, you really wanted to start one, but hobbyist block trying to choose a legion. Yeah, I can feel that. Except for me, it's not that I have block and can't choose a legion. It's that I have too many things that I want to build. So I end up getting all the things and then not sticking to anything. This contact adhesive is a bit of a pain to get it to sit where I want it to be, so I'm just having to push it around with the tool, but it'll be good to hold everything together. I should just be able to push this one in. Just like that. Beautiful. Man, skull piles are so cool. Least psychopathic thing I've said today. Okay, we need a skull looking outwards this way as well, because we've got a lot facing out this way, which is going to be really cool. That'll be good. And also, once this is dried, I'll probably file away a little bit of that contact adhesive that's built up on top of the head there. Where are the staked skulls? I don't have any, any skulls for, like, to, or any stakes to put the skulls on. In corner's the best chaos god. Watch your mouth. Holy. This is a Tzeentch stream. Chill. Chill. You can't just start talking about other gods like that. Okay, we've got 2 more skulls to go down. One has a jaw, one doesn't. I'm thinking the one with the jaw... Excuse me, you're making a pile of skulls. Look, just because Khorne is the god of blood and skulls doesn't mean that any skull is inherently Khornate. Ooh, I like the way this one will sit. Tzeentch is the best Chaos God? I have brainwashed you so well, Chaos. But piling them is a Tzeentch thing to do. Look, Tzeentch does whatever the fuck he wants, okay? I don't need to take this from you. It does too. All skulls belong to the Skull Throne. Look, only if they take them. These ones haven't been taken, they've been left on the floor. In a convenient pile. that someone might be able to sit on. You're too dumb to be brainwashed. Okay, I think our last skull will go here. Just get a nice lump of... Oh, I need to clean the end of the glue nozzle. It's got some dried shit on it. Not actual poo, just some dried glue. This is not a Nurgle stream. That's not how that works. If you're doing a Zinch theme, make the lava plasma blue. Yeah, that's the plan. Is I'm pivoting from it being like proper lava to it being like blue and purple and pink and shit. I think that'd be very cool. I'm not making it blue and purple and pink and shit. I'm just making it blue and purple and pink and shit. As shit being like a you know, like etc. Not as in like literal poo. Again, this is not a Nurgle stream. And I think that even for Nurgle minis, having a literal river of shit might be a little bit confronting. If they've been left out for at least 15 minutes, then Korn can legally take them for his own. Is that how that works? Magic bad. Watch your mouth. Okay, I think this is going to look quite cool. I just hope that the glue sets well enough and it doesn't just fall apart. I think I've used enough glue. I tried not to use too much because otherwise it'd just seal everything and look really gross. But I think that's a cool little skull pile. And I'll be able to get some cool OSL on it as well, where on this side it'll have like the magic glow and then sort of have a dark section, and then we'll go around to the bone color on the bits that are not facing the magic. Nurgle would be proud of a flowing river of feces. I think Nurgle would cry out of joy. Like, he would see that, and a single rancid tear would fall down his face. You cast muscle cramp. You cannot say that to me. I had the most fucked up morning the other day. I was having a nice sleep in, and then when I sleep in the morning, not sure how it is for you guys, but the way it works is I'll set an alarm, and that's at like my regular wake up time, and then I will just snooze it for like 3 hours. Like every 15 minutes, I'll just keep snoozing that shit. And so I'm like in and out of this purgatory of like I'm asleep but I'm awake. It's crazy. It is the most blissful feeling ever. It's like, oh, you're asleep for eternity. But somewhere in the middle of that, I got this super fucked up muscle cramp in my calf, and I was dying in my bed, and it took like more than a day to fully stretch that out. It was really bad. Not a fan. I cast Fist. There's nothing scarier than casting Fist. Cast Glock 19. This is seeming less and less like magic. That's why you're late. Francois, isn't it like the middle of the night for you? Cast credit card debt. This is getting too real. Can we backpedal a bit? This is getting a bit too real, guys. Thankfully not for me. Haven't got a credit card yet. Hope I never will. Just gonna sand away some of the adhesive that's drying on this tool. past due rent. This is deeply fucked up. Cast addiction to plastic crack. All of these are too close to home. How is this? Is this sandable yet? Let's see. Let's just try file a little bit that's on the side there. Nah, it's still a bit soft. Won't be able to file that. Yeah, no, that's still pretty soft. It'll just tear up if I try to file that at the moment. What else can we do? Because as far as set dressing goes, we've got the knight is going to be standing there. We're going to have one of our Zangors back here. Just sending it. It was supposed to be a 2-hour nap, but 6 hours later after hitting snooze for 4 hours you made it. I see. You cast warm coffee. Oh, thanks. Thanks, F15. That's surprisingly wholesome. We're going to have one Zangor here. We're going to have another Zangor here. We're going to have a third Zangor here. Need to wait for tomorrow till that. Oh, wait till tomorrow for that. It's still not a... It's only 4 PM for me. I reckon that's it's not too late for a coffee. Oh, wait for tomorrow. Oh, not for the coffee. I assume you mean for the sanding. Yeah, that makes sense. But, is it a Chaos Knight? It is not. It is a knight that is in a... It's on a demon world, so it's getting attacked by these dudes. The Zangors are running at it. Poor Gavin here. Poor Gavin is getting fucking pulverized underfoot. That'll be cool. And then, bloody Steve here is going to be watching on in abject horror as Gavin is getting flattened. He's going to be like, oh shit. Yeah. You're painted and assembled to the waist now. Nice, you're making solid progress. But yeah, once we get it assembled, this is going to be so cool, I think. If we ever get it assembled, because this is a monster of a task. But yeah, I reckon the way I'm going to do it is, I'm going to probably... Once I get the base sanded back, I'm going to prime it all. I'm going to prime the Zangors. And then I'm going to glue the legs down onto the base before... Actually, I'm going to prime it all. I'm going to prime the Zangors. I'm going to do the flows of, like the magic flows. And then I'm going to glue the legs down onto the base. And then I'm going to glue the Zangors down. Actually, I'm probably going to glue the Zangors down after the fact. But then, actually, no, one of the Zangors at least will need to go down. The legs and the Zangors will go down on the base in any case. And then I'll paint them as part of the base. And then I'll paint everything else on its own and then add it and just stack it all up. But the reason that I want to paint the legs while they're on the base is so that I can get an idea of the OSL direction of everything. With the light from the magic coming up from below. Yeah. I'm not sure what else we can really do with this base though today. I'm just gonna tap out any bits of loose cork that might still be there from when I grinded the edges up. But yeah, I don't know what else we can do. I guess we can probably put some little bone fragments down around the skulls. Give it a bit more texture. So we'll just get a tiny, tiny bit of PVA glue. It's a bit more than a tiny, tiny bit, but well. We'll use the edge of this tool to really spread it thin. Cast cancer, holy shit. Chill. That one is just unavoidable. Comes to get everyone. Maybe some weird tentacle plant thing coming out of the magic lava river. Ooh. Actually, I think there was something that I could use for that in the Zangor kit. So I'll see if I can find it. That's a very good idea. A banner with an eyeball. Again, actually, something that's in the Zangor kit. I should be able to get those. Good, well, good suggestions. Where have I put that? One sec. I'm gonna scrounge around for a second and see if I can find those, because that would actually be quite cool. Yeah, because what we've got... where are they? I thought I saw like a tentacle or something that was in here. There's a horn. Not quite what we want. Where is it? I do not know where the tentacle is, or even if it even was a tentacle that I saw. Well, I got the hands of the banner at least. So, the banner is this bit here. Lay the banner down and use some putties of the eyes literally growing out of the ground. Wow! Francois, you are crazy with this shit. That is awesome. Yeah, because there's the banner here. I think there's actually a couple of things we can do. I can have the banner sticking out of the ground in one place, just like planted, and I can also have the eye just sticking out of the ground, growing out. And I can use the tentacle part of the banner here to come out of the goo. So there's lots of parts that we can use here. I'll just cut the hands off the banner so that it can actually be used as a flag. And yeah, lots of interesting parts that can be used. Let's just start off by making a flag. Like, just making a regular flag. And see what we can do with the other bits afterwards. All hail Zinch. All hail Zinch, mate. All hail Zinch. Just gonna pinch this a little bit. Just cut the cloth from the Zinch symbol. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, just for the bit that's sticking out of the ground. Just so that it's just the eye and the tendril. You can make tentacles out of green stuff reasonably easily. Roll a sausage, and monsters add thickness, roll a segment to texture with a fine comb. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of traumatized by green stuff. I've had a much nicer experience with Milliput, but I can see the value of green stuff for things like that, where you want to texture it while still keeping a lot of its form. Because Milliput does feel a lot more like clay. Where green stuff, it is a lot rubberier, so I can see it being easier to tool into certain shapes. Okay, so these hands need to go. Just chop off the worst of them, and then we'll do the rest with our relic blade. Yeah, so the Zinch symbol is growing out of the ground, then painted like an eye that's watching you. Yeah. That'll be quite cool. I'll see how much room I have to work with. And if I don't have enough room to work with that, then I can always do that when I'm doing Kairos Fate Weaver, because I'll do Kairos with the same style base as what I'm doing for this knight, because then I can sort of pose them as though they're fighting each other. Gotta go full on Demon World. A little bubble in the plastic here, which is a little, I'm not sure if I'm super happy with. Hopefully that bubble doesn't go into the staff itself, or not staff, into the banner itself. If it does, I'll need to fill it in with some sprue goo. Is better to worship chaos gods or God himself? I would venture that the chaos gods are more likely to get involved in your life, so that could be a plus or a minus depending on how you feel about it. I mean, if you're worshipping the chaos gods, then you probably want them to be involved in your life. Oh, that was completely out of frame. Sorry about that. Okay, now the banner is a little damaged, but I could honestly lean into that and just like bend it and have it like half stepped on. There's the back foot here, so when we have the back foot, I could have the banner like crushed, half like flopped over, sticking out from under his foot. We'll just cut off this other hand, just so that we have the freedom to work with the bottom half of the banner for whatever. The issue is, since it's such a thin bit of plastic that we're cutting, I feel like I'm very close to snapping it. Oh, there we are, okay. I think I'm getting the hang of the best way to do this, rather than just trying to force the blade through it. So just make an incision, and then I just drag the mini across the length of the blade towards the heel, rather than just trying to push through. Probably some basic blade, some basic knife using knowledge. Means I'm less likely to slip and cut myself as well, because it's just an even motion rather than just building up a shitload of tension. This bit is going to be a pain to cut though. I think that's good. That's mostly good anyway. It's good enough. Just scrape it back down the shaft to be nice and smooth. Cool. And now we have a banner pole with no hands attached to it. That was probably more effort than it was worth. But that's most things that I do on this channel. Okay, so this will sit like that. Like that. And so since it's naturally leaning, or it's naturally swaying off to the left, what we can do is when we come in, it's going to be getting crushed by the knight's foot. So it can sort of be hanging like that. And I think that's cool. So it's like on an angle, and then the flag is hanging down towards the ground. So there's one. And so this will be the one that we use as a banner. And so if we do that, then for a place where we can have an eye growing out of the ground. There are going to be Zangors in the mix as well. So places that are going to have Zangors, I'll mark the areas where we're going to have things, just so that we know what space is free. So, where's my pencil? Here. So we're going to have the knight's foot is going to take up about this space here. We're going to have a Zangor here, potentially a Zangor here, potentially also we're going to have the knight's foot taking up this space here. We're potentially going to have a Zangor over here. Or back here. Which means that the space we have to work with, because we're going to have a flag here, coming out to about there. So the space we have to work with is here, underneath the knight. So we can do this. And we could also do something behind the knight's foot around here. We could also do something on top of this rock. And also going to have tentacles coming out of the rivers of magic. So the places that we can work with are going to be here, here, maybe here. So let's cut out the sections that we're going to try to use and see what we can do with them. So I could potentially use this horn here as some kind of worm or monster coming out of the river. But I could also just do that with the corner of these flags for the tendrils. I think the corner of the flags will actually work better. And there's also, actually, these head variants of the Zangors, which have these really fine tentacles on them that we can use. I think those would be cool. So it's actually get a couple of these, because they can work as like tentacle plants. Let's cut a couple of them out. And then we'll also cut out this banner. I'm not going to use the whole banner. So I'm going to cut across here because I don't know why, but in the future I might have some use just for the bottom half of it. And I think the top section of this I could also use for the eye. We'll see how we go. But for the time being, hey Reese, how you going? For the time being, we'll just stick with the with these bits from the Zangor heads. We might be able to use them just for tentacles. Okay, because we can have, like... tentacles coming out of this rock here. I don't really know if I'd want to have them coming out of the rock, but we could also just have them coming out of the lake. I'd need to cut them down so that it's just the tentacles, so I get rid of most of this. So it'd just be this bit. Just not the fat bit down the bottom. We could have that. So it'd essentially just have the tentacles coming out. That could be cool. I think we'll do that. Don't know how much we're gonna need to cut away. Let's just split this like that. And then just cut into it. Take off the bottom. Youch, just pinched my finger. And we'll just file this down a bit. There's a fair bit to file back, so there's going to be a lot of dust. I think that's all right. I think we might what we might do is we might split these back tentacles off from the main chunk, so that the main chunk of tentacles can just sit on their own, and then we can use the back chunk somewhere else. Is Gavin okay after being messed up so severely? He still doesn't have any legs, but he'll be fine. He's gonna be fine. Don't worry about Gavin. These tentacles are joined. I need to, like, separate them somehow. Just gonna sort of try gently saw away at the point where they're connected. Mask? Probably a good idea, hey. Unfortunately, I'm stupid. If I say that I'm wearing a mask, will you believe me? Yeah, sure, why not? I think I can just snap them apart now. No, I cannot. I just snapped the tentacle. Damn it. Why are they joined here? see if I can cut them apart, and if I can, then I can just glue the tentacles back together. So you always forget to do safety first. Look, I am Captain Responsibility. Everything that I do is responsible. Running out of things to say. Look, you don't need to force yourself to try to keep the conversation going, Chaos. I think if I just use the very tip of the cutters just to nip away at the join there bit by bit, I think I'd be able to separate the tentacles without causing too much damage. There we are, that's looking good. And we just get our knife blade in there. Look at that. And I can just clean that up, that's no trouble, that's no issue. And same here, we can just clean up the edges. I'm not coughing because I've inhaled plastic particles. I promise. Hopefully. My body is full of microplastics. Okay, so now we can just glue this back together. Just need to make this sit nicely, and I think this will be a nice little cluster of tendrils to use on the base. Yeah, that should be good. I'll just keep dabbing little bits of plastic cement on it just to sort of melt the edges, because it's a smooth surface, so I can happily just sort of melt it down to become a bit more even. And I can just pick up any excess with the tissue. And now we have some tentacles that we can have sticking up out of the magic river. I think, honestly, all we'll need is just this cluster of tentacles, which I'll clean up I'll clean up the edges of once the plastic cement has set. And I'll probably scrap this bit. I'll get another cluster, similarly, of these tendrils. I'll get rid of the bottom one, use them elsewhere, and then yeah, then that'll probably be it for Zinchian stuff. I don't think I'll need to use, well, actually I might like to use the tentacle off this. The tentacle for this is a lot nicer than the tendrils on that other head variant that I have for the Zangor. I'll just carefully separate the eye from this tendril. I think I should just be able to fold this away now. Yep, just like that. All hail Slanesh. Where's this come from, Francois? What happened? You just need to pay your daily tribute to Slanesh? Zinch is better? Zinch is better. Zinch is cooler, shall we say. I'm sure that Slanesh worshippers probably have a lot more fun than Zinch worshippers do. How many mice does it take to screw in a light bulb? How many, Francois? I reckon if I cut this flat, then we can have this tendril coming out like that. But don't ask me how they got in there. What? Okay, I think this bit will be quite cool. Just like that. So let's glue that one down. I don't know if I can plastic cement it to the base. We'll try plastic cement, and if it doesn't work, then we'll super glue it. Seems like plastic cement works fine. Then where are our other tentacles? I was going to clean some up. Oh, it was these ones here, wasn't it? Yep. Cool. Now we can clean these ones up. And get ready to put them in there. So we'll just nip the corners off them. Boink. Boink. And I guess we'll try to file this down to flat so that we can set it down nicely. Oh, that's not really the angle that I wanted to file it at. Oh, yuck. I just filed the back of my thumbnail. That was the most upsetting feeling I've had all day. Okay, but I think this should be good enough to have growing out of the little stream of magic. Oh shit. Don't want to drop it. But just like that. Yeah, I reckon that'll be cool. So we'll apply a little bit of plastic cement to the bottom. And just set it down in a position that we like. I think like this is good. Because the knight is going to be standing like this. Yeah, I like that. And then while that sets as well, I'm actually going to crack out the sprugu, the soup, the dreaded soup. And we're gonna just use it to build up a bit more of a foundation underneath that tentacle because there's a bit of a gap. If I pick this up, you can see it doesn't quite meet the base flush. I'm just gonna pick up some sprugu on the tip of this tool. And just work that around the edges of it. So that can turn into some nice plastic for us. Just got to be careful not to apply too much. Cool. I might seal this down with some sprugu as well. What do you call a person with no body and no nose? What? What do you call them? Nobody knows. No. That one's incredible. I am so glad I asked. I think... Oh man, everyone say it with me. I love the smell of solvents. I love the smell of solvents. So it's set up how we want old mate to be standing. Probably like this. Yeah, just like that'd be good. And now with him standing like that, let's see if we can put this flag in. All hail solvents. All hail solvents. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna do this this flag. There's a little dip. I'll just shake up my super glue again. But I'm not sure if you can see it or not, but there is a little hole in the cork right here. I'm gonna fill that hole up with super glue and just dunk the end of this flag into it. Like, dunk the flag post into it. Alright, let's see. I'm keeping the knight's legs here because I want to sort of figure out the angle for this. I think like this will be good. So I'll move the knight's legs now. And then while I hold this at this angle, I'm actually just going to come back in and get a bit more glue on there. Just get it in there. And then I'll use the little hook part of this tool just to really push it around all of the faces of that. And turn it to face the right angle. Ugh. And I must say, I don't think this is going to stay up. Just a sneaking suspicion. I think if I hold it on an angle like this, and just keep drowning it in glue, maybe it'll stay. I got plenty of glue underneath it. And look, if the blobs of glue look unsightly, we can just paint them pink, and then it's like a fleshy zinch pustule that it's coming out of, and then it's fine. More skulls to prop it up? Perhaps. we'll see how we go just like this. But I think with the amount of super glue that we've put on it, we might be okay. Although I think we can use a little bit more super glue on this side. I'm normally pretty hesitant to use lots of glue, but I don't know how else I'm going to have this stand up aside from bracing it with things, but I don't really have a lot of space to work with around it. More skulls? No, I can't use too many more skulls. We're already riding the line of corn worship. How does this stay? Doesn't seem to be sagging a lot. It's sagging a little more than I would like. So I'll just prop it up a bit higher and hold it like this while the glue dries. Man. This has been a long one today. What about skeletons? I don't really have skeletons. Surely a skeleton, if you could use skeletons with no skulls, and then it is not corn worship. Is that chill? Like the only bones that Corn cares about are skulls, are they? Or is he the Lord of Blood, Skulls, and Bones? Are general bones still Corn's domain? Like, if I build a chair out of femurs, is that like Corn worship? Or is that more Slaanesh territory? I don't know. Yeah, this is true Warhammer philosophy right here. Okay, the glue's tacky now. I think we can afford to stop holding the base at an angle. No, it's sagging. The base cannot afford to be held flat just yet. So what we will do is we will prop it up like this. And we will leave it to dry. Honestly, I don't think there's a whole lot else we can work on the base at the moment, because we're just waiting for a lot of stuff to dry, so we can't really sand anything back, we can't really prime it. I think I'll probably call the stream here for today. Skulls and Blood, Corn's domain, all other death is Nurgle's. Oh, no, but this isn't necessarily... Like, Nurgle's domain is like, it's death, but it's more life than death, isn't it? It's more about life and growth. So if you've just got like some bare bones, like some femurs, just, you know, some phalanges, and you just built a chair out of them, I don't know if that would be Nurgle's domain. I feel like that'd be more Slaanesh's domain, just because, you know, Slaanesh is a bit of a freak like that. Whereas Nurgle's a chill guy. I don't think that he's all about, like, carpentry with bones. You know? I think that you'd sooner get the attention of Slaanesh by building furniture out of corpses than you would Nurgle. But in any case, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. I reckon we're gonna call it for the day here. We've done a lot of... Honestly, we've done a whole lot of nothing for the past 6 hours. I had fun though. I played around with Milliput. That was really fun. Built a little stack of skulls here. We did surgery on a Zangor. He really didn't enjoy that. When's next stream? I have no idea. 1 second, I will check to see when I am next free. There we are. Today's the 25th. Next stream will be 2 days from now. Won't be able to do tomorrow, I can do the day after. Yeah, so 2 days from now I'll be able to do another stream. Now the bones decay over time. Slaanesh would make a living chair that screams when you sit on it. True! Okay, I'm convinced. That's not Slaanesh's territory. I'm with you. But, okay. Yeah, next stream 2 days from now. We've got, this is drying. I might sand and prime this in preparation for next stream, just so that we can get right into the, right into all of the painting and all that fun stuff. Again, I might not do this for next stream though. I might duck back to these fellas or finish up building Ahriman. Maybe I'll jump back to these fellas just so that I can paint something. Because I don't want to go from one building stream to another building stream. A chair that cries when you rip a fart. It's like some fucked up Nurgle Slaanesh hybrid. You see, the Nurgle chair would cheer when you rip a fart. You'd rip a fart and it'd compliment you for it. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. We've been going for just about 6 hours now. I'm tired. There's not a whole lot else we can do here. I think we've done we've made some good progress. I really enjoyed working with the Milliput. So I'm looking forward to sanding that back and then priming this. And I think it's gonna be a fire base. Thanks for dropping by, guys. Yeah, a bit of an uneventful stream. Didn't make a whole lot of physical progress, but I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll catch you guys all later.